Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, December the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So I see a yes, William. I think you are back today. I don't see. Just need a confirmation. You guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room, and maybe somebody in our YouTube room can do the same thing. Okay, just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So I hear a couple yeses. Great. So yeah, we are obviously in a little bit of a SPAC nonsense mode. Now this, and I'm just hearing TGL. Is TGL on the move again? Oh, it's on the move down. Okay. That's not a SPAC, but HSPO. HSPO. This went crazy after hours for up to $48. It's pulled all the way back down to 22. Still up 26%. This is one of those SPACs. What were really crazy after hours yesterday, and then after hours was the AFJK, another one that went absolutely got up to $108. It's back down to 44. And yeah, so we've got a few SPACs. This is another SPAC, I think. Yeah, another SPAC, ASPC. So this got up to about 44 after hours. What I was looking for, I was wanting to see if any one of these had claimed that they're merging with some company. I couldn't find anything. But anyway, we've got some of these SPACs going crazy. The SPAC is back, yes, Obi. And thank you, Boris. I think you posted. So the financing for WVE is happening at around $19. Okay, thank you for that. So now we at least know what the financing price is for WVE. Meanwhile, TGL is really starting to sink now. Probably they're doing a financing, raising $2.5 million. $2.5 million. Is there a price? Don't see a price yet. But that's the reason for this one tanking right now. So what else is happening? So let's take a look at some of these earnings plays. PLAB is an earnings play. PLAB Photronics, big earning. Look at this. What a nice move. The next high in a monthly chart, pretty close, 3165. So it's pretty close. It's not a low float, not a high float. ENVB. This is let's see why. I know there was some reason. Oh yeah, patent allowance. Company received a patent allowance, and CEO Joseph Tucker emphasized the importance of reinforcement, etc. Okay, so there was a press release for this one. TGL really in swoon mode here. TGL, look at this. There were shares available. First time I've seen shares available. Now maybe they just became available. Only 23,000 at Interactive Brokers. Okay, there are shares available right now. I'm not going to do it now, but maybe they just became available because I'm sure I've looked before. I haven't seen any previous days, but there are some. Chewy, boy, Chewy's having a nice day. Chewy's an earnings play, CHWY earnings play. Now look what's happening, getting right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, right into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 37.55, so very close. Will that stall it? But it is an earnings play for Chewy. Your first reaction was down. It's sort of mixed. Well, you can see it's mixed. I think their earnings were fine, but then they didn't guide that well. But for whatever reason, the market has rebounded. For what? It's a big $5 bounce from the low in the free market, 32 up to 37. Yeah, NXRD. Where are you, NXRD? There you are. NXRD next door. Something to do with something to do with AI. For ENJ Capital's, I don't know who this guy is, but I guess he's got some sway. Eric Jackson on social media posted that the company is the most mispriced agentic AI platform of the 2020s. Okay, so that's the reason for the big pop in NXDR. This is not a low float though. I mean, 218 million in the float. By the way, By the way, I forgot to mention HSPO. Look at the ridiculousness of the float. 290,000. Okay, 290,000 shares in the float. So this this is going to be awfully wild today. Well, it already has been after hours, but it's going to be awfully wild. Beat. Some of you are in this beat. BEAT trading higher after the company announced it received FDA clearance for its 12 lead or electrocardiogram or 12 lead. Anyway, it does have a price or PR. Getting close to the 200-day moving average, also about 154, so 20 cents away from that. iRobot was going crazy earlier. Is it still going crazy? So the high was 432. It's pulled back to 4. I don't see any news on this one. I mean, this is after hours. These guys surrendering stock. CFO Wong surrendering 12,000 shares. And the President Engels. I don't quite understand these headlines. But a lot of them, see a lot of these guys, CEO surrendering, the president surrendering, CFO surrendering, etc. Connolly surrenders. Has to explain to me exactly what that means. We're starting to see some of those press releases, not just for iRobot, but within the last year. Welcome back, William. Nice to see you again in the room. JMIA, not an earnings play, but they are kind of guiding. Releases preliminary, I don't know what KPI stands for, but KPIs for the 2 months ended November 30th, highlighting a successful Black Friday event. So that is a reason for JMIA popping. GameStop, GME, earnings play, no bueno. So yeah, this is down 5%. So GameStop down 5%, GME. This BRZE, this is having a big rip, as it was. Yeah, BRZE, another earnings play. Don't know anything about these guys. What do they do? Customer relationship management platform for mobile applications. Okay, that's what they do. Probably actually not a low float. Bulma, huge pop earlier, gave it all back. Let's see if I have any news. See, again, this is what I don't. This is the COO Kovacs gift 75,000 shares of Olema. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. Not a SPAC. I thought maybe another SPAC, but nope, no idea. That's the only news that I can see. That was last night. That was last night. That was 2100 hours last night. Cracker Barrel is an earnings play. CBRL is an earnings play, and down 4% so far. It's had a little bit of a run from the low, 24.32, at $1.60 or so. So Cracker Barrel is an earnings play, CBRL. Lake, well, this is getting hammered. Lake is an earnings play also. LAKE getting hammered, down 27%. This is an earnings play also. Company reported worse than expected Q3 financial results and withdrew its FY26 guidance. Wow. Okay. Well, that's if you're in this one before, you don't want to see that sort of news. See the guidance news. What about guidance? Give me a moment, please. Guys, what was that SPAC yesterday that was halted all day? I can't remember. It started with A something or other. I can't remember. Did it ever come out of its halt? I threw away my list of yesterday in the garbage. ATMV. So what happened? Did it ever come out of its halt? Yes. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at that. It was halted all day yesterday. Well, maybe it wasn't because when they come, so it actually must have come out of its halt before the market closed. This was sitting, was it ATMV really? ATMC. Thank you. Yeah. Was it? Well, let's see. Still halted. Still halted. Wow. Trade halt continues. Reason not available at 3:58 a.m. So you're calling this a what a T12 halt? Requesting more. Yeah. All right. Well, oh, ATMC is halted also. Okay. ATMC is halted also. I'm sorry. So I had the wrong. I'm getting confused here. Okay. So this. Yeah. So okay. Now I understand. So this ATMC is still halted. It's it was halted pre-market yesterday. Never opened all day. Yeah, because this candle was 12:08, December 8th. Never opened yesterday. This is not yesterday's candle. This is what do we know? It's Monday's candle. So this never opened yesterday. Yee. Well, I'm surprised the AFJK didn't do the same thing. It halted. Anyway, I suppose we should somehow keep looking at HSBO just because another SPAC, but it is pulled way back from yesterday's after hours high. But you never know. ODP also. Ugh. How ugly is that? That's your barcode. All right. Anything else? ESHA, ESHA. Boy, another SPAC, guys. Boy, we're getting to a little bit of this SPAC cycle now. ESHA. Okay, at least they say they're entering into a definitive agreement with who? With who? Anybody know who they're supposed to be merging with or taking public? I just can't spend the time looking at this SEC filing. BBGI, right here. Okay, BBGI. Yeah, it's showing up right now. BBGI just popping. Yeah, I don't see any news either. I don't see any news yet, but it is popping through the 200-day moving average like nothing. Look at the volume. Another low float, 720,000 in the float. Okay, so radio stations. Okay. Yeah, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Bitcoin's down 1,100 from yesterday's close. We're at 91.9 thousand. Yeah, 91.9, 91,980. Robot guys, I didn't see any news on iRobot. It must be just, I don't know, some group somewhere again, taking a look at them. 427 is that high. High over here is almost $5. Don't see any, except these. So, William, maybe you can, when you have some time, I don't quite understand when they're talking about all these people, the CEO, the COO, the president, an officer surrendering shares. What does it exactly mean? And that seems to be causing the spike. I mean, we're surrendering our shares. What does that exactly mean? I mean, here's the at surrendering shares at 369, 10,000 shares at $3.69 for the CEO and others. Key performance indicators. Thank you. KPI. My long list of acronyms I'm supposed to memorize and know. That's for the JMI, JMIA. Okay, guys, let's see if there's anything else. Velo, VELO, velocity. Okay, guys, remember VOR from yesterday, VOR? Yeah, what did it get up to? Got up to almost $13, pulling back now, VOR. SEC filing says it's to satisfy tax, so that helps, I guess. Obviously, it's helping the stock for some reason to satisfy tax withholding obligations on vesting of restricted stock options. So that is causing the pop. Only thing I can find, all these guys basically, well, I don't want to say giving up their shares, but surrendering. Okay, Velo, guys, what is this one doing? Velo, VELO, another one through the 200-day moving average, so it's a little bit above that. If there's any news, um, it jumped after hours, okay, if there's any news, specific news on it. Following Mirrors Machines Aerospace Hardware Delivery. Okay, so there was a press release for this company after hours yesterday, and it's kind of maintaining. In fact, it is maintaining. The post market pop is up to 810, so it's right there. So it's not giving up its post market pop. And low float, 8.5 million in the float. Pretty good volume, not millions, but pretty good volume. I can see there's a little bit of short covering happening at Interactive Brokers. Last time I looked, see how it's changing. Last time I looked, there were about 12,000 shares available. But there's some covering now. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Showing me how many shares are available on any given stock. Morning, Shadan, in our YouTube room. I guess you can hear me and see the screen. DBVT. Well, next high on a monthly chart, anyways, around 2262 for DBVT. If there's any, don't see any news on it. PLAB is on the move, guys. This is an earnings play. PLAB is on the move. Earnings play. Again, what's that high right there? The monthly is 3160, so it's above that high now. Next high on the monthly is 3416, so a couple of dollars to that high. I think it's getting there, but I'll have to check on the weekly chart. 922, so I'm getting up my 930 layout open, so just give me a moment. As always, saving my layout, save my layout. Okay, guys, here's my layout, my 930 layout, loading right now. Okay, everything's arranged now. So these are the top six from the pre-market actives up. Previous layout had the top 15. These are the top six. I think I've mentioned every one of them. Yes. Well, the financing was done at let's see, 19. So what is it right now? Well, I mean, it's holding above the financing price. So where are you short from, Ryan? It's holding above the financing price. I mean, it may drift down towards it. They raised a lot of money, $350 million. So they're not getting too punished. Yeah, I mean, you've made a couple of, you made about a little over $1 on that. So yeah, I mean, it's almost a flip the coin. I mean, there's the VWAP at 20. If they get over 20 again, I'd be a little bit cautious. But they're not being punished. I mean, if they were being punished, they'd be under 19 right now. Well, it could be that current investors are going, you know what? They're raising at a decent price. I mean, remember now, just 3 days ago, this was a $7.30. They're raising a ton of money, so doesn't mean it has to go to the 19 price. So, so I don't know. I mean, I'd be really looking at that 20 level. Chewy is just basing now, guys. Nice consolidation for Chewy. Now, Chewy is CHWY earnings play. It is an earnings play. And yeah, on a monthly chart anyway, it's got some room and a little less room, 37.87. So on a weekly chart, there's some potential resistance around 37.87. Okay, so call it 60 cents away. Now the market, of course, today is the big day. We've got the FOMC plus minutes. So FOMC at 2 o'clock. Everybody is assuming there's going to be a 25 basis point drop. Then we have a pressure at 2:30. So that's what everybody's assuming anyway. It's not an IPO, Miko. They're just raising money. It's not an IPO. I mean, many times that's what happens. You know, companies raise money at a certain price. If you're a current investor, you're especially when they're issuing stock, your current position is being diluted. So yeah, many times that's what happens. But in this case, it didn't. And I guess investors could be looking at that, going, you know what? Congratulations for being able to raise a whole bunch of money at $19 when the price was only seven something 3 days ago, and a lot of money. So it's my take on it anyway. There's no hard and fast rule that a stock will absolutely 100% go down below the offering price. Okay, Chewy just got triggered for me in the 200-day moving average though is right there also. So yeah, so Chewy's coming right into the 200-day moving average, which is 37.55. So really interesting to see if that acts as a resistance, and that weekly high acts as resistance also. Hmm. So yeah, I'd be extremely cautious now in the WVE. You see, it's having a nice pop. As I like to phrase it, they've shaken off the financing so far. DYN, guys, DYN is having a little bit of a move here. Dyne Therapeutics, not a low float, 146 million. Rises. Oppenheimer raises to outperform from perform. Let's see if they put a price target on it. $40 price target. Why not? Look at this. It is HSPO. Oh man. Look at the spread right now. Well, it's not. It was not. Well, now it's getting a little horrendous. 22, 22.90. But Yeah, that's a little worse now. $1.50 spread. I mean, it's sort of untradeable unless you. Now here's the VWAP is up here 25.40. Well, you'll drive yourself crazy, Miko, if you try to, like, I know what you're saying. Why would a company be moving up if it has no revenue? It's all about future, future expectations sometimes. That's all. Look at some of these little bios that go crazy. If you look at their if you look at their financials, you'd run. So, but if you're looking at intraday trading, I mean, financials. I mean, I know William looks at intraday or financials all the time when he takes his trade, but most of these little things. I mean, look, ASPC, they don't make any money. There's nothing. Oh, we're open. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. It snuck up on me. We're open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Okay. Look at PLAB. Look at PLAB. Wow, what a run. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And of course, I'm waiting on this one, my gap scan, which is my absolute go-to. It creates a watch list for me to watch all day long. And but nothing will happen until at least 9:45 in this screen right here. This my gap scan continuation or reversal. Boy, look at PLAB just ripping. This is an earnings play, all-time high. This is an all-time high. Market's kind of a flat open, down 63 cents from yesterday's close. Play is an earning. Is play an earnings play? Yeah. Okay. There's JMIA popping on that KPI news. Well, look at WVE now. It popped all the way up to almost 2060. That's come back for you guys. So play, Dave and Buster's is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. I didn't really see it in the pre-market, but it is up now 14.8%. Play, PLAY. The NVV. Let's see what's happening on this one. This was active in the pre-market, but it has already pulled back from 1260 down to 1150. The reason why I don't like trading it in the first 15, things can be very volatile, especially, wow, okay, this has got 590,000 in the float. That's one reason. Not very much volume on this one. Okay, this is an earnings play. Not very much volume though. And there's WVE. Well, okay, hopefully, if you guys held on, getting close to that 19. Intel, guys, INTC moving down. INTC moving down. Intel nearing deal to acquire AI chip startup Samba Nova. Market's not liking that right now anyway. And there's Intel. Yeah, Intel moving down. INTC. And on a daily chart, The next low is 37.35. So there is almost $2 to that next low. Not saying it's going to get there, but definitely weak right now anyway. Intel, INTC. Tern was active yesterday. TERN was active yesterday. Yeah, and it's been kind of holding its gains over the last 3 days. It had that big pop up to 44, and it's holding. Okay, BBGI just got halted. Halted. BBGI just got halted. We'll look at some of the other halts. Walk got halted, and then on the way down, I think, resumed. The ASPC, that is the SPAC, halted. This could go absolutely crazy. See pre-market, it got up to 43. Yeah, got up to well over 40 anyway in the pre-market. DBI from yesterday, guys. I think this was an earnings play yesterday. Designer Brands. So it's above yesterday. It's above yesterday's high or close and high. Actually, look how that was a beautiful trade because earnings play and look where it closed right at the high of the day. Basically moved up most of the day and closed right at the high of the day. Now the market's putting in a red bar now. Kind of uncertainty, guys. Hmm. Lake is an earnings play, and is it below 10 now? Yeah. Oh man, I was looking at this one. I should have kept look. Forgot to put a price alert at 10. Earnings play. Ah, bad. I forgot to put a price alert at 10. This is an earnings play, and obviously just getting hammered on earnings. Okay, guys, HSPO just got halted on the way up, and it's going to have probably a pretty magnificent open coming out of the halt. So the screen you're seeing here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue window, it's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the stock HSPO. There's the halt price at 21.80. This column showing you where it could open. So obviously, if you took this one, that's what you want to see, a number higher than the halt price. It doesn't have to over the course of 5 minutes. So typically they are halted for 5 minutes. And you can see how this will change though. I'll guarantee it's going to open here, but more than likely it is going to open above the halt price. Yeah, there is a scan. Of course, well, you can create your own. Just have to put like here. Like earnings play is up, earnings play is down, but this is the filter to use. Okay, your earnings per share. Okay, E-day, earnings date. You just have to hit search. Just type in, start typing in earnings. Okay, earnings date. Okay, earnings date. And in the earnings date, if you put minus 0.25 and 0.25. So minus 0.25 means they released earnings after hours yesterday, and 0.25 means they released earnings this morning before the market opened. So that's what I use. That's what I consider earnings plays. Okay, so just use this filter, and then you can create your own. Well, you just create your own. I mean, you probably have a price. This is the filter you want, though. Okay. That's the filter you want to use, and then you can create your own price range and minimum volume and things like that. I mean, we do have a channel also, an earnings channel that you can look at. But that's the filter you want. If you click on new, dock channel bar, and then we have an earnings. I'm sure we have it still. Earnings, okay? We have an earnings channel. So you can take a look at that also, okay? But your filter to use is that earnings date filter. And then create your own, you can create your own way of look of, basically you said, how do I find earnings plays? Well, that's how you find them. That's how I find them anyway. Okay, NXDR guys, this is so what is this? This is well, it says it's a lifetime high. So I'm going to assume maybe this was an IPO here, but I don't know. Pretty cheap IPO if it was. Very cheap IPO. So to me, it may have been a symbol name change. Okay, so but according to us, this is an all-time high. But I have my doubts. This because it's a very cheap IPO. Then so what I'm going to do on this one is I'll put a price alert up at a little over 3 and see if it takes it out again. Look at our iRobot just again ripping. PLAB is moving nicely. It is an AI alert from us. I did not take it. I did not take it. Maybe a little extended, but it may just keep running. All-time high. Yeah, it's an all-time high now. PLAB, all-time high. So there's no resistance. No chart resistance. No chart resistance. There's the OMA. Somebody was talking about the OMA earlier, wondering why did it pop up and then come right back down? Well, moving again. Roche. This is another. So this is more news on it after additional late-stage trial data for a breast cancer drug. So they're obviously in partnership with. They're not in partnership. Okay, Roche. So Roche obviously did well, and I guess OMA is advancing a similar treatment. So it's not a partnership with Roche. Warner Brothers again. What's the latest in the saga? So getting closer. So PSKY was offering $30 a share, I believe. This is still the news on it. Okay, making a hostile bid, trying to outbid Netflix. Warby was active yesterday. WRBY, very active yesterday. Was not an earnings play. I think it had something to do with their maybe Google and the glasses. Oh my, yeah. I thought about it. I really thought about it, taking about 100 shares down here in the pre-market and just see, just in case we did this, but I didn't do it. And the HSPO, I mean, that is such a ridiculously low float, 293,000 in the float. Hasn't opened yet, so it's going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Halted at 9:37 plus 31 seconds, so obviously it's not a 5-minute halt. 9:42. We have, we're starting to get some things happening now in my gap down and go. Whoa, look at that. BBGI just came in here. Did it come out of its halt? It was halted earlier, wasn't it? BBGI was halted and it just resumed. So it was a 10-minute halt. It was a 10-minute halt for BBGI. Wow, and it's exploding over 8 now. I could not get it. Looks like it's going to get halted again, guys. Going to get halted again. How can I tell? How can I tell? There you go. Oh my goodness. Well, you cannot trade you can't put market orders in the pre-market with any broker that I'm aware of. Anyway, you have to go limit. You have to try to establish some kind of a price. Okay, a fezzy, a feezy. You cannot go in a market order in pre-market. Not with any broker that I know. But it was super risky because it could have just dropped $10 a share too. Well, no, it's 9:30. Where do you live? It's 9:30 Eastern time. The market opens at open. Pre-market is from 4 o'clock to 9:30. Well, okay, you should know this. You live in New York. Well, the market opens at theoretically the market opens at 9:30. Pre-market is before then. Okay. Lake. Oh, I kicked myself for not putting that price alert at 10 for Lake. There's a blur now, though. I mean, we call it pre-market, but there's so much action in the pre-market. It used to be, hardly any. There's the HSPO now, guys. All right, guys. Well, HSPO. So it's a little over the VWAP right now. Crazy one, absolutely crazy one. Okay, guys. I mean, you're on your own in this. Okay, I'm just. You got a spread issue. I'm going to put myself on mute just for a moment here. Okay, sorry. Always cracking here. Okay, PLAB continuing on the move here, guys. Earnings play all-time high. Hmm. Phew. Halted on the way down now, guys. The HSPO. I can get you 25%, I can get you 25%, not the 30%, Wicked, okay? The 30% was, yeah, that was, but I can get you 25% if you're willing to pay 25 or I take a 25% promo for the annual elite. I can give you a code right now if you want. You guys, some of you guys were in beach, right? So hopefully you've taken some profit. Okay. Okay. So here it is. Give me a moment. So first thing to do is go to my homepage. Talking to Wicked Me in our YouTube room. Okay, so there's my homepage link. Okay. Okay, and you can use that promo code. Okay, go to my homepage link, and then for the annual elite, I call it just premium. I call our two. I know they get all cutesy. One's standard and one's premium. That's what I call it. Okay. Okay, guys, I've not been able to watch any of this. Wow. Wow. The BBGI though, there's no way I could have got it at 740. Excuse me. Boy, this has been this is awesome. Just want to show you what I'm talking about. So as I've said several times, I'm using my gap continuation or reversal scan to create a watch list for me for the day. That's what I'm doing. It's not so much that I'm overwhelmed by all the alerts that I'm seeing here, but it creates a watch list for me, and I watch this all day long. Okay, want to know how to create that? Just let me know. So Wicked, yeah. So when you click on my homepage link, all you have to do is go get started and go to click on the annual. It probably defaults to the annual. Excuse me. And this is what you're looking for, the powder elite. Excuse me. Okay. I wish they wouldn't do that. Okay, VIR, how to create this. Okay. So what time is it now? With 7 minutes, I'm going to go over this in more detail. But so do you have my scan? Do you have the scan? This scan right here, the one I'm pointing at. Okay. So what you do is go to my homepage, to my homepage link, scroll down until you see the scan section right here, and then you can open it. Okay. Gap continuation or reverse, click on the open scan. Now you're not going to get all the ones that happened before you opened it. Today, right now it's 9:54. You're not going to see all the original ones, okay? Or the ones that started at 9:45. But okay, so don't say, well, how come it's not the same? So when you have it on your screen, let me know. Okay, then I'll show you how you can create the don't repeat version. Okay, when you have it on your screen. What's the yearly high? Excuse me, the yearly high for BBGI? Excuse me. I don't know. 2-year range, it's 34%. I'm just looking left on a monthly chart right now, and the next high in a monthly chart anyway is this is back in well, this should be the high in the year. This is January, so that's the high in the year, about 972. Okay, you've got it on your screen now. Okay, so this is what you do. Right click on it to duplicate it. Okay, you want to duplicate it because assuming you want to still see this, you don't want to over, because what I'm going to show you is how you can create the don't repeat version of this. You see what happens when I duplicate it? You're going to see the last ones from the 4 different scans that are in here. That's what you're seeing. That's why you see these ones. Okay, so you duplicate it. Assuming you still want this. Now you right click and go to properties, down to properties, scroll down, and you see where it says don't repeat? Don't repeat. Click on the don't repeat. This is a drop down. Click on the don't repeat. And here are your options. You don't repeat for 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30 for the day. That's what I do for the day. Okay, for a day. So, and then I say okay. And then I give it a name also. Go down, back down to the properties and Windows name. So I added DR to this. So I know that is don't repeat. Okay. And that creates a watch list for me because you're only going to see the stock one time unless it shows up in another scan. Okay. Remember, there are 4 scans in here. So what I mean by that is that, okay, here's Olma on a gap up and go. But at some point in time, maybe Olma starts to turn it into a gap up and reverse. And then you'd see it also. Okay. But this turns into a great watch list for me for the day. Okay, great. You did the purchase. Excellent. Oh, ticked off at me for not. Oh, well, okay. Only one more time. I meant to put the price alert at 10 for late. This is an earnings play and just getting hammered down on earnings. Well, they say HSPO is still halted. Well, I just follow it. Okay. I mean, I'm always when I see these. I mean, I and listen. I miss a lot because I'm tugged in different directions all day long, so I miss a lot. But if I weren't doing this, I'd be staring at these all day long, and I'd be, here's Olma. And so you get an alert at Olma, 29.98. Would I have taken it immediately? Probably not. I would have waited for a 30 break, number one for me. But I'm always looking left. Okay, always. And if I look left, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 30.39. That's what that red line is. Okay, I wouldn't have taken it anyway because it's too close to that next high. So I'm always looking for a stock that has a lot of room to run before it hits the next high on a daily or weekly or the monthly chart. So OMA for me, so that's sort of the exercise that I'm going through every time I get these alerts. How much room does it have to run? On the upside, of course, if I'm going long, on the down late, I mean late too late, I think, 897. I mean, it may keep going down. It's not quite a lifetime low, but I feel like I'd be chasing it. So it's a matter of, for me, it's a matter of clicking on these alerts. How much room does it have to run before it hits a next high or low if I'm shorting it? And is it kind of consolidating or do I feel like I'm chasing it? So I don't know what sort of a trading experience you've got, but also the reason why I like the don't repeat because sometimes you look at something. Here's Velo, just out of curiosity. 720. So just because this was a gap up and reversal doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing down. So at some point, this may turn into a a gap up and reverse, and then reverse again. Okay, could, you know, especially what if it took out the VWAP? Here's the VWAP up here. Maybe I put a price alert up here. But I also like to click on these to say to myself, okay, you had the alert for Velo at 9:53 Eastern time. The alert was at 7:20. What has it done since then? Well, it's still hanging around. So I haven't missed it if in fact it might keep reversing down. Okay. So that's why I love this. I can go back and see what's happened. And even if it had reversed and gone down, maybe it was consolidating at a lower level, and maybe it gives me still an opportunity to short it. So I mean, this is how I'm looking at it. I mean, the lake. I mean, in theory, I could have taken this. Lake 897 on the short. I just felt it was already down. I missed it at the 10 level that I wanted to take it, but lake is still moving down. I mean, it's still moving down. 897 down to 845. That's a great move, percentage wise. Okay. So that's how I use it. Now, I don't have had no idea what sort of trading experience you've got, but so you can see what happened right there, guy. I mean, we had the alert at 1267 for ENVB, okay? And it popped up to 13. Now, is it going is now the other thing just to remember, what time is it now? It's 10 o'clock. So I'm going to go over this in a little more detail, but I'm also going to go over my homepage also. Okay. Okay, just give me one moment, okay? I'll be right back, I promise. Okay, guys, I'm back. So let me go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including this scan and some others. Okay. Oops, don't click on that. I accidentally. Okay, so there's my homepage link. Those of you in YouTube. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So if you want to take out a subscription right now I can, if somebody wants to take out a premium, annual premium, I can give a better code of 25% off. Otherwise, it's 15% off the all the subscriptions. So a premium monthly, standard monthly, or a standard annual. Okay, you can get 15% off. And all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. The reason why is the company tracks the use of the codes, and we have a couple free rooms that I'm moderating, and they'll keep their rooms free if they see my code being enough used enough. Okay. Now, for those of you in YouTube, if you don't know, we have another room, another free room. It's called the Trading Room, and there's a lot more action in that room. Okay, there are a lot more traders in the room, a lot more interaction amongst traders. So you can stay in YouTube if you want, but you can come into this room, and it's free also. Now, here is the format. This room, this trading room, is open at about 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I open YouTube at around 8:30. I get on the mic for both rooms at 9 o'clock. So why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, and so I'm not open. I'm not. That's 3:45 my time. I'd have to do it. So thankfully, Obi opens the room for us, the trading room, at 6:45. Okay, Now, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But when I do leave, William many times will keep the room open after I leave. It's up to him. Both of these gentlemen are either under no obligation to do what they're doing, okay? Always no obligation to open the room at 6:45, and William is under no obligation to keep the room open after I leave. But most of the many times you keep it open to say 3:45. So this room is open a lot longer than the YouTube because YouTube I have to shut down when I leave. Next step, if you do take a subscription to Trade Ideas, you must do this. So if you click on my homepage link, click on the education section and scroll down and getting started with Trade Ideas. That's the first step. Mandatory you do that. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're kind of wondering, well, I don't know, is this the type of program I might want? Well, start off with that second video. There are 12 videos. They're short videos. Start off with the second video. And if you go run through to the end, you should have a good enough idea about whether or not you want to take, at least try us. You can try us for a month, okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, okay, and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll, one thing I should keep doing, click on my homepage link and keep scrolling down and you get the trade of the week right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, okay? And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now we can get to my scans. They're not technically all scans. For instance, this is a race, large cap gainer race. This is another race, as big as gainers. This is a wide open race, very volatile. This is a large cap race, not as volatile. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here. This is kind of taking two competing scans or two scans and competing against each other. You know, with very similar filters you're using in both scans, and then show me stocks making new highs of the day versus stocks making new lows of the day. And then this is my little beauty here, the gap continuation or reversal scan that I use. Okay, I do have some other things that or other. These are top lists really. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. This is the pulse resumes is down here. Super active today. I don't. It's a scan technically, but it's more information. You know, just telling you when a stock is halted and then when it resumes. Here's another scan that I've got. I don't have it open. You doesn't now the momentum scan and this the Pepe combo scan because I don't have them open doesn't mean they're bad. Okay, it just means that I'm totally hooked on this and to some extent this. When this sort of gets a little, I don't say boring, but you know you're not going to get alerts all day long. This will give me alerts all day long. So you can ask me questions about anything about the scans or anything about trade ideas. And if I can't answer, I'll direct you to people who can. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot answer that, but I'll certainly direct you to the people who can. So again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So again, don't be shy. If you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions. I love trying to answer questions. So I do not have a layout, okay? But you know, as I just went over, you can pick and choose what you want. Okay. So you said you were able to get my gap continuation scan. You can load this one. I mean, if you want them. Okay. So I don't have a layout that I'm sharing. The reason I do it this way, not everybody wants, you know, everything that's in the layout. So you just kind of pick and choose what you want. If you want the halts resumes and you want the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside, and you want a single stock, they're all on my homepage. You said you were able to load this. So just load them, then you can arrange them, and then really it's up to you what time frame you want, you know, in your charts. I mean, this is what I'm using, but you know, it's not necessarily what everybody else wants to use. Okay. Yeah, so you're asking, yeah, unusual. It's very difficult to do what you're trying to do. Okay, I mean, you can only see stocks if you want. You can add what's called the decimal filter that are close to the whole number, but you're and the spread can't be too wide. You're going to limit yourself. I'll tell you because the problem with the spread, we do have a spread filter. Okay, we do have a spread filter. The problem with it is that you may say, okay, I don't want to see anything where the spread is more than say 5 cents. Okay, just use a number. And if you might get an alert, and if you get an alert, the filter will be satisfied. It'll only be at 5 cents at the time of the alert. The problem is in the next second, it could expand to 20 cents. Okay. The I've asked, but I don't know how hard it would be to do, but what I'd rather have is an average spread filter, but they don't have it. So what you're asking is I'll be honest, it's too difficult. Okay. I mean, you can again. I'm going to caution you though. The spread filter, you can use it. I mean, you probably know we have it. You can also, are if you're familiar, this is the decimal filter that I'm talking about. So you can add these things if you want. The decimal filter, if you just type in decimal, okay, it's called the decimal filter. So if you put like 0.95 and 1.05 as an example, that means the stock has to be within a nickel, either on the underneath, no more than a nickel underneath, or no more than 5 cents above the whole number. Okay, as an example, using the decimal filter, you'll certainly limit, the number of, and then the spread filter is right here. But again, I caution you. Here's your spread. So if you want to have a maximum of 5 cents, okay, but yes, if you get an alert, it will be at 5 cents at the time of the alert, but there's guarantee, no guarantee it's going to be there when you click on the alert. Especially like an HSPO. I mean, that'll never happen. Okay, something I don't look at all, but let's take a look at the long-term scanner. Are you talking about in AI? Basically, it's just showing you stocks that are above the original alert price. Okay, whenever that happened, as far as I understand. So which window are you talking about? Which window are you talking about in the long term? Oh, I see. Entry price right there. Okay. Yes, that is today. Okay, that's actually today. So the entry price, if anywhere else, so if you're talking about right here, yeah, that would have been yes. That was where the original alert happened. Whenever whatever date that was. Okay. So if you're talking about this entry price, yes. So that's why this is here because obviously the current price is above that. Okay. Sorry, that okay. So that yeah. So the entry price refers to the very for the whenever that alert happened, whatever day that was, that was the entry. So these are just showing the stocks that are above they're in, I guess in the money. Okay. And again, okay, the the room to move, mm, certainly on an alert window it works. I'm not sure on a multi-strategy window though. Okay. So in usual tech, I'll just give you, you probably, do you know, have you ever used the distance to the next high? That particular custom formula or low? Distance to the next high or low? Okay, well, you know how to create a custom formula, I guess. So let me just give it to you. Okay. And that'll, but I'm not sure it works in a multi-strategy window. Okay. And just give me a moment, Shadan, building something from scratch. Have you gone through the videos though? Okay. But let me just, I got to answer somebody in our other room first. Okay, where are you? Distance to the next high or low. Okay, so here, just show you what it looks like. So that is the custom formula to use. I don't know if it works in a multi-strategy window. Okay, definitely works in sorry, where was your question? Yeah, so that's a custom formula to use. That'll show you the distance. So if you put one, it'll create a filter. So if you put one as an example, it has to be at least $1 away to the next high or low. Okay, but I'm not sure it works in a multi-strategy window. I've never tried it. Certainly works in an alert window. I've just never tried it in a multi-strategy window. Okay, how to build a scanner from scratch. This is in our YouTube room. Well, you have an idea about what you're looking for? I'm talking to Shadan in our YouTube room. Do you not have an idea about what you're looking for? Because that's a wide open question. How to build a scanner from scratch? I mean, you start off with an alert window, new alert window, and then then you start building it. I mean, the first thing to do would be to, you can click on the start from scratch, load the settings. So it's empty now. It's completely empty. Okay. Well, so now you start building it. Okay. So you're looking for small caps. What's your definition of a small cap? Okay. What's your definition of what a small cap is? A lot of times what you can do is, so that's like market cap. If you're wondering if we have anything, so you can start typing in the search, okay? Start typing in market cap, and you'll see here's our market cap. We have a filter for market cap. So what's your maximum market cap you want? Okay. I mean, that's how you start building it. Okay. So whatever you think is what you consider a large, like a small cap, you can put the maximum market cap in here. I can't tell you what you're going to use. 1 in 7 what though? That like 1 in 7 what? Like 1 million and 7 million? No, I mean, I like what's the number? Like you don't mean $1 and $7. So, oh, okay, that's not okay. So price is one. Okay, so 1 in 7. See how I'm building it? I mean, it's pretty simple. Okay, so there's and if you can do a search on all this. Okay, so if you didn't know if you didn't see where the price was, you just do a search for price. Okay, and here's price. We have other things with price, but there's the price. So you add the filter, and so now you've got price 1 in 7. What market cap? You talked about wanting small cap. What, in your opinion, would be the maximum? Okay, thank you, Pepe. It does work on a multi-strategy window. Good to know. Never tried it. And then you talked about the gap. Now, understand what the gap is. Up 10%. That's the first print of the day, okay? As opposed to being up 10%, okay? Like the gap is the first trade of the day. So there's a difference between the gap of 10% and then just seeing stocks that are up 10%. So you have to make that differentiation, okay? If you just want to see stocks that are up at least 10%, then again, you do a search, and if you start typing in change, here are all the different changes that we've got. Change in 1 minute, change in 60, all the way down. Keep scrolling down. It's good to see all these. And then here we go. Change from the close of yesterday percent. If that's what you want, which is, that then is that what you want? Or do you want that first print of the day, the first trade of the day to be up at least 10%? See, that's why you have to figure out what you're looking for. Well, then you should also want a minimum volume. I mean, the stock that's up 10% or 20%, but it's only traded, 1,000 shares, probably not that interesting. Okay. But so what's the minimum volume that you want? And then also, if you're looking to day trade, and I also add the relative volume, a great filter. You want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. And I can create something for you, but it may not be what you want. So if you come back with some numbers, I can certainly help you. I'll create it for you. I'll give it to you, and then after that, you can start to tinker and create other scans, maybe based on it, or change the numbers. Maybe you find 1 in 7 isn't good. Maybe I should make that price range 1 in 10. Well, I've missed a bunch. I can tell you right off the bat, I have missed a bunch of stuff. That's okay. No, we have Notepad, no Dwayne. Now, are you talking about like creating a price alert and putting a note, or like what notes would you want? Because I had the question yesterday. No, no, no. There's no way. Not within trade ideas. No. But when you say a reminder to do what? Okay, okay. If it's anything wide open, no. Because we had the question yesterday from somebody. And when you see the price alerts window, you can put notes in here about why did you put a price alert? Why? So why would I not have traded BBGI? Now I know it got halted, but the alert was at 740. It's at 1334 now. I'm just talking to Nihan in our YouTube room. Why would I not have traded it? I do see it. JMG. Yeah, I see an IPO today, 540, priced at $4. 3.75 million shares issued. So it, as we speak, it is a successful IPO because it's above the IPO price at $4. Successful. I mean, it's now, Obi, I know you probably know where they out of. Is it China, Singapore, or is it a US stock? Probably Singapore. Okay. Boy, a lot of, when did this all start? Well, these Singaporean companies or companies with, well, we'll call them head offices in Singapore. Okay, now I'm scrolling down some of the ones that have shown up on my list here and seeing if there's anything interesting. The JMIA that showed up as a gap up and reversal, and it's still hanging around that was at 1269. So there's still an opportunity. The low, of course, looking left, way down here. It's not an earnings play. It's sort of guided. Look at Chewy. What a man! That was a nice fade from the highs. We're on 37.50 down to 35 now. So Lake may turn into a bit of a bounce play, guys. I mean, it looks like it's trying to find a base here. Might turn into a bit of a bounce play. Meanwhile, the market has been all over the place. Remember when we first opened, we had that giant red bar all the way down here, but it closed up here, and then the next bar. So remember now, today is FOMC. FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. Everybody's expecting at least a 25 basis point reduction, and then at 2:30 we've got the presser. So there'll be some fireworks then. I look to see question what do I look for when I want to trade a stock? How much room it has looking left if I'm going long? How much room does it have on a daily chart, a weekly chart, a monthly chart? Start off on the daily. If I can't see where the next high is, then I go to the weekly, then I go to the monthly if I can't see it on the weekly. And see if it has enough room to move before it hits that next high. I mean, would I take BBGI now? Of course not. Well, I shouldn't say of course not, but I mean, I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take. But if I had seen it if I had seen it, okay, in this area right around here, just hang over the VWAP, I think it got halted. I certainly had I had the opportunity, I would have taken it here in this area. Low float. I mean, we know the risk. I mean, it's a low float. Now it's halted. Now it's halted on the way down. See, I wouldn't take, this is showing up, the aggro is showing up, but when I look left on the weekly chart, the next high is 872. So it's too close for me. Okay, it's too close. If it does take that out, though, the next high is 928. So what I'll do is I'll put a price alert in that area and see if I can at least get there. But now this gives me, because I've got this don't repeat, now this gives me the opportunity to go through these and see if they're setting up at all. either on the short side or the long side. Oh boy, this is this is an interesting short opportunity. The only problem is the spread is about 15 cents right now on it. If you get a little, a little move down, there's a sell flag right there, but and it's also it's underneath the VWAP in a big way. See where it got halted? Look at that. I mean, it got right into that high. There was some high, some month in a day, some day in some month way back, and look where it stalled right there. Oh, well, this is how I trade halts. Okay, wicked me. If I have the opportunity to. So what we've noticed over a few years is that let me see if I can find one. Here's JMG halted. Okay, well, JMG was halted at 540. So now this is an IPO. I'll just use this as an example. So the halt price was 540 right here. So if JMG, when it opened, came out of its halt, had moved down a little bit below the halt price on the first halt only, okay? Like some of these stocks had halted many times over the course of the day. So this is an IPO, so it got halted almost immediately. So if it had gone down a little bit below the halt price, now the halt price was 540, so it got down to went down to 520 when it opened, and then it took out the halt price again at 540. Many times I will take that trade. I will not, though, if it came out of the halt, and the halt was at 540 and it opened at 6, I'm not taking the trade. If that makes sense. So that's the only time, when I look at halts resumes that I'll take the trade. If it opens a little bit below the halt price and then pops through the halt price again. I'm not at all suggesting anybody do the same thing, but I have noticed over the several years of having this halt resume scan that that can be a pretty decent the odds seem to be in our favor to do that. Okay, on the first halt only, though, it's halted again right now. So this is what I'm saying. Imagine this was the first halt. So there's the halt at 7:33. Let's say it opened at 7:20, or even if it opened at 7:34, 35, and then it came back down below, then you'd be down to 7:20. I don't mean getting down to 6, but a little bit below the halt price, and then it pops through that halt price again. If this were, imagine this were the first halt. Many times I will take that trade. I mean, it's not still, risky, but we've just noticed over the years that we've had this alt resume scanner that it seems to be decent odds in taking that type of a trade. You can't set a ticker for it, IQ. There's no, it's been asked before, no way to set a price alert when a stock enters a long-term holly. I'll confirm that again, but I'm sure I know Chris has been asked that question many times. But let me just ask again, okay? Okay, I understand. I understand, IQ, but I know the questions have been asked before, so I'll see what Chris says. I'm pretty sure there's no way to get an alert. because it's looking through and I don't know how, to be honest, I don't know how far back it goes because it'll be looking at the big database of all the AI alerts. And then when a stock goes above the original alert price, you'll see that I don't know how far back it goes. Well, it depends what you mean by low price stocks. PLAB is not. Okay, thank you. I didn't think so, Pepe. So I don't know. That's not a low price stock. It's not only searching for low price stocks, Larry. But are you talking about like stocks that are $500 or? Yeah, it's not normally. It's not going to show stocks like that because they just don't move as much typically. But you consider PLAB a low price stock? Okay, so there's one. Okay, so there's and that was very nice. I mean, 36.66 before it pulled back, and still maybe an opportunity to trade it because it got right into the VWAP and it held. Well, I guess they're looking for stocks that have that are going to move. I guess, but it's not. It's not. They don't put a restriction. Just that the stocks have to meet all the filter requirements, and if it happens to be a higher price stock, then you'll get an alert on it. But okay, guys. Well, there's the Trevi, the fountain. For those who've been to Italy, 1346 is the next high. Is that right? Oh, 1346. Okay, I think it's 1436. So it's too close for me. Too close. DBI is doing the same thing it did yesterday. I did my video on this one yesterday, and it was one of those ones where you had a reentry, and it's doing the same thing today, a reentry. So for those of you who have our AI, okay, this is what I would do. This is how I'd watch it. You go to the channel, it's way too complicated, in my opinion. So this is what I would do. I would click on New from the toolbar and click on the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. There are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one. It says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. This is what you're going to see. Now, you may have different column headers. I'm going to explain why you should have these. Now, the other thing to do, let's see if, yeah, uncheck the profitable trades. Uncheck the profitable trades. Would want to see all the trades that or all the alerts that happen all day long because sometimes, yeah, just because it's not in theory profitable now, maybe it's setting up at a lower price. And, so I use this like a watch list. But also look what happens. You get a reentry price sometimes. So you had a suggestion for TLAB at $8, but it hit the stop. It hit the stop at 776. But look what happened. It did when it hit the stop. It moved back up, and you'll get an alert if the stock hits halfway between the original alert price and the stop price. And in this particular case, that's 788. So if you missed it the first time, and a lot of people just wait to see if there's a reentry. You're not going to get a reentry in every stock because the stock has to come halfway between the original alert price and the stop price. But you should add this column. If you don't have this column, make sure you add the columns. And now if you do it in here is right click and go to columns, scroll down and reentry. Okay, reentry. We have reentry price, stop price, and time. You should add those columns, okay, because this could give you an opportunity to, if you miss it the first time, or even you took it the first time and got stopped out, you have another opportunity to get into the trade. Well, I'll tell you what, IQ, the CEO of Trade Ideas is going to be starting his own YouTube stream at noon Eastern time. You're going to ask him that question, okay? Just ask him. But he has been asked many times before. I don't know of him though specifically, but so that is also, yeah. So what time is it now? 10:41. So in about an hour and 20 minutes, the CEO of Trade Ideas, Dan Merkin, is going to start his own YouTube stream. Usually he starts a little bit before 12. I'll have a link for everybody. And for those of you on YouTube, he won't be taking over the stream there. So I'll give you a link for his stream that he starts around noon Eastern time, and he goes to about 1 o'clock. And it's your opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas any questions you want. So when I get the link, usually I don't get the link till about quarter to 12 or so. I'll post it in the room. You know what? Do this. I can't post the Dan, okay? Trade-ideas.com, okay? IQ. And just ask the question. Why can't we get an alert? Okay, just ask the question. Coming from the customers, it's more powerful, believe it or not, than coming from me. So info@trade-ideas.com. Why can't you post in YouTube? Why can't you post a question in YouTube? I know somebody else had that issue, but well, you don't have to post a screenshot. You just say, why can't we get an alert when a stock enters the long term AI? Just you don't have to post a screenshot. All right, guys. Well, let's see what happened. Wow. So that JMG, that's been a very nice IPO so far. Remember, it's uh, I think it's probably bon chance, but that's okay. I think it's masculine, but that's okay. Pepe. Yeah. So he's saying you can ask the question of Dan, but I have no control of what he's going to answer or if anything gets done that people want. I mean, I agree. I agree. I mean, it'd be nice to have an alert when something shows up in the long term AI. When it happens. I completely agree. Yeah, as Chris says, it's like a top list looking at past AI trades. Yeah. And then they get put into a symbol list. So yeah, I mean it's be nice, but ask him. I mean, hammer him on it. You're missing the boat. Why don't you do that? It'd be great. Okay, BBGI opening again. Okay, so that popped that came out of the halt. What was the halt price? 1161. Is it feminine? I would have bon chance. I've always thought of bonne chance. Okay, thank you. I should know that, but I've always said bon chance. Doesn't sound right. Bon chance does not sound right. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I am now back again. No, we know that it's good luck. We know that, but I always thought it was bon chance, not bonne chance. I didn't know it was feminine. All right, guys. Let's see the aggro. I think I've missed it. Maybe I've missed it. Look, I mean, it's still getting into that. Well, that now it's above that high now. Ha! I should ask Gemini. Yes. That's why. Stupid computer. I was wondering why I'm not getting my sound alerts. Stupid computer. It's not. So again, Pepe, it's not doing the beep. I was wondering why am I not getting my because I like the beep because it's so unobtrusive. All right. Well, now I've got to go to what is something that's not going to be too bad? Maybe the splash. It's not terrible. Wonder why that happens. Nope. Nope. The last one was well last week, I guess. And it's been working fine. So iRobot is showing up on the scan, but look at that. There's her next high. So I can't take it. So it's showing up on the scan right there. Okay, but I cannot take it. I mean, I can, I mean, physically able to do it, but I won't take it because the next high is too close. It's right there at 494. Now, if it can take that out, yeah, so I'll put a price alert just a little bit above 5 because if it, come on, because if it does take that out, then the next high on the weekly chart is up here around 584. So there would be a little bit of room. That's the weirdest thing, Pepe. It doesn't make any sense to me why the computer sounds sometimes just disappear. Now, today is Wednesday. That's typically the day that Windows does this update, but I'm only talking about the computer sound, not all my other sound alerts are fine. Just the computer sound, the beeps or whatever. It's especially nice when you have an active scanner, and that little beep is very unobtrusive. I mean, it's not so harsh to hear. Afraid to look at this one. ASPC. Oh, it's on the way down. Okay, my goodness. Okay, now here's a new one. Saro 2680. Okay, this is could be interesting for me. Shorts available. Yes, 500,000 approximately. Look at that. The next low is it's right there, 2663, and then 20. See, it's just too close. Oh man, I wish there were a lot more room underneath. Otherwise, I'd be taking this short almost for sure. But there's a low right there. There's a low right there. I mean, if 26 were the next low, yeah. I mean, for me now, I mean, the iRobot took out the 5, but it's so parabolic now. I mean, it's very possible it'll just keep moving, and it looks like it is. Well, understand, PKT. That's what I do. Okay, this is not. So, so when a stock gets halted, you know what the halt price is when it opens. If it opened a little bit above the halt price, and then it came down below the halt price by a little bit. I mean, a little bit is, I can't tell you what that number is going to be. But say a stock got halted at 5, I don't want to see it going down to 4. But let's say it got down to 480. You know, and then it popped through 5 again. That is when I will take the trade on the first halt only, the first time a stock gets halted, because a stock can get halted many times over the course of the day. That's what I look at. No, so not the previous high, the previous halt price. So a stock could maybe go a little bit above the halt price when it opens and then come down below it a little bit and then pop through it again. Or it could open below the halt price a little bit and then pop through it. And of course, all I'm doing is I'm just waiting on this to see, give me an idea. But I mean, this is not a halted stock, but waiting to see where it could open. If a stock is halted at 5 and I'm looking left and and you're seeing this column over here at 6, again, this is not a halted stock. Well, it's more than likely never going to open a little bit below the halt price. So it doesn't happen that often. Let's see on another one. The problem is now, well, I mean, there's so many, but look at BBGI has been halted, resumed many, many times, as an example. So I wouldn't, I'm not, it's for me, it's only the first halt that I'll even attempt doing it. It's still risky. It's got nothing to do with the previous daily high. It's all to do with the halt price. Okay, nothing to do with the daily high. It's just the halt price. Now, it'd be nice, of course, if when you look left that there's not a lot in its way. And again, it's not foolproof. Man, I'm missing the boat. JMA, that was I'm missing the boat in some of these guys. And beautiful short, 1269, 1235 now. So that's a great gap up and reversal play right now for JMIA. There was the alert, 1269, 1001, about an hour ago. It didn't move immediately, but that's the beauty of having the don't repeat. You can kind of go back and see, well, what has it done since then? Windows Media, copy that WAV file to your TI custom sounds and set the alert. Okay, I'll try that on the days that it happens. Thank you, Pepe. Thoughts on Plaid right now? Well, I don't know. I mean, again, I haven't talked about the wave at all. I would, first of all, it's wait a minute, I got the wrong symbol. Well, I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. So the VWAP was 36.71. It's about $1 away. Be nicer, a little closer. But I mean, it doesn't. It looks fairly weak. It had the nice pop, and it did have the drop. Then another move up, but maybe the confidence of the buyers are getting a little less confident now because yes, it pulled back, and it only got up to the high of the day. It's underneath the whole number, 36 being the whole number. I mean, I'm not going to tell you yes, you should do it, but you are seeing, on the 2-minute chart anyway, the transition, the orange, meaning it's starting to weaken. But it is an earnings play. I mean, it's a strong, strong earnings play, isn't it? It's an all-time high up here. So it's a very strong earnings play. Thing is, if you short it right now, where are you going to put your stop? Okay. The high of that 2-minute R is 36.29 or so. So if you put your stop, if you took it right now, let's call it 36. Okay, we'll just pretend it's 36. And you put your stop at 36.50. So you're going to put a 50-cent stop. Okay. So that means you have to expect, you have to have a reasonable expectation that's going to move a dollar for you, right? Because you don't want to, to get at least a one for two on your risk reward. So could that happen? Of course, because I mean, when obviously when you look left, it's way down here. But it is an earnings play, and it's a very strong one. So maybe you want the market on your side also. But the market's just been kind of chopping, kind of waiting around till 2 o'clock. What's going to happen? So I've only had one trade today, guys, and a very, very lucky trade on the HSPO. If you recall, I put myself on mute for a few seconds a while back, and it was because I didn't want to say a bad word if it didn't work. Stupid trade, really, but it's one of these crazy SPACs, and it may get going later on. Yep. Well, it was pretty lucky because about, I don't know, 20 seconds, 30 seconds later, it got halted on the way down. But I had my finger on that submit button like you wouldn't believe. I'm trying to take advantage of maybe one of these stupid ones that just, tack on 20, 30, $40. So I thought, okay, try it. Okay, now the Saro is getting more interesting to me now. It is now getting to that low. So the news on this one today, and initially, met with positive reaction, approving a $450 million stock buyback. Now, yeah, okay, you see, it doesn't say up to here, weaseling out right there. It approves, but here it says up to. So when you read this, you think, wow, $450 million. I mean, they could do $1 up to 400. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but it's up to $450 million stock buyback. I mean, if I were a smart writer, I would not put the up to here either. If there was no rate cut, yeah, the market, well, tanks. Yeah, I mean, it would be very, very, very disappointing, I think, to the market. Hard to believe there wouldn't be one, but I mean, you never know. That's why. But even if there is one, even if it is 25, there are people out there saying he should be 50, and also don't forget 2:30 is there'll be more fireworks because that's when the presser will be, and they'll come out, say some stuff, and then he'll answer some questions. And the question will be, what do you think going forward? Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I am now back again. Keep on waiting. I am kind of waiting on this Saro, guys. I'm gonna put a price alert in this area and see if it gets back down there again. You know, the trend is down. You can see on that orange wave, the trend is down. And you can see the rejection right there for the IRBT, right around the 5 level. That's why I didn't take it. And but I may get over there again later on. So I'll put my reset my price alert. See if it does that later on. I'm always on a development version of Trade Ideas. Yes, that's why I have. So again, you can ask the question of Dan today. I'm sure he's going to say. I think last Wednesday when he was doing his thing, I thought he said that hopefully on Tuesday there'd be a dev version or a later version release, but I guess not. But you can ask him today. Yeah, it's because yeah, I'm on a dev version, development version, so that's why I'm seeing them. I mean, it's not the be all and the end all. It's kind of nice to see, but I went years without knowing seeing these. It was just a matter of looking. But I'm sure he's going to shed a little light on whether or not or when that version will come out. Again, for all you people wondering about all these pent up questions, I'm not saying he's going to ask. You're going to get them all answered, but at least it's your opportunity to ask the question. Yeah, the news feed. Exactly, BTC. He talked about a news feed, a better news feed than we've got now. Well, if you took that short of PLAB, you're looking good. You're looking good. The Yeah, I doubt it's going to be BTC, but yeah, can always hope. But it won't really affect me because I mean I'm always going to have this up. I mean, but I hear you. Okay, what were you talking about? This Unilever spinoff, the Magnum Ice Cream Company. Okay, MICC, and it started to trade, or we're going to trade on Monday. Oh, I see. It's trading now. So it started trading on Monday, I guess. Yeah, Monday. Okay. So here's an example of a stock that has given us two different alerts, okay, in here. So here's ENVB at the beginning. It was a gap up and reverse, and then it turned into a gap up and go. So that's why the only time you'll see a stock twice in the don't repeat list is if it happens different in the different scans that we've got. Remember, we have 4 scans in there. Gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. So for those of you who only want to play on the long side, these are the long ideas, the gap up and go and the gap down and reverse. These are the short ideas, the gap up and reverse and the gap down and go. For those of you who just want to play reversals, here are the two. So what I'm saying is you can uncheck whatever you don't want to see, you can just uncheck. So if you just wanted to play, if you just want to play reversals, you just uncheck the gap down and go and the gap up and go. Okay? You don't have to have them all checked. I think BBGI just opened and on the way down. Yeah. Oh no, not on. Well, a little bit on the way down, but this has been halted many times. Okay, I just want to confirm Dan will be. I mean, just in case he's taking the day off or something. Same thing, guys. Look at, so we had an alert for AHT at 419. That was the alert. Okay. Why would I not take it? Well, just look left. I mean, we've got, in fact, you have 420 and 420. You've got 428, 441. I mean, that's not bad if that were the next high looking left. But, I won't take the trade. Just because it comes into, I love the scan, but just because I get an alert, it's an idea. That's what it is. It's an idea. It's not, okay, every time I get something in here, I absolutely take the trade. So that's what I'm talking about right here. Okay, the AHT at 419. Well, I wouldn't take it because there were a couple of areas right at 420 where it had to get through. Well, it could. Let me do you a favor, RR. If I can do you a bit of a favor, put a price alert. Wow, it did though. It did for you. There you go. You got under 34. I didn't even have to do it. Nicely done. Well, I didn't put the price alert, but I'll put a price alert. Put a price alert right here for you, around 34.74. See if I can influence down a little bit more for you. But that whole number could stick it. Yeah, I mean, the whole number could stick it. And remember, it is still very strong. It's still up 37%. So this is what if I had been short this one where you were, you ride that wave down. There's no reason to get out of the trade until, the 35 mark would have been something, yeah, for me to say, okay, a whole number might be a tough. So I would have taken some off, even though you can still ride that wave down. I would not be out of everything until, now take a look. Well, I know on a 1 minute, there's no way that's going to be blue. No way. Almost. But seriously, I don't know if you're using the wave at all to kind of help you keep in trades. Yeah, iBio, I see on a I do have one, other tree map up and running. I don't think I have it on my homepage, but there's iBio. This gives me, stocks that are really kinda really moving instead of a race, I'm kinda using this. So you can see the DPGI taking a bit of a hit. And look at this one. Now, I always find it a little more difficult. I know I repeat myself, but using the wave on these cheap ones that have their low floats, little more difficult because they're pretty volatile. So if you've been in this one at say 230, let's pretend you were in this one at 230, and it gets up to 263, and then you see this action here where a bar actually penetrates the low of the wave, I would be out of some, not everything, not everything. And then but being out of some allows you to hold on and then keep riding the wave. I don't. I'm wondering if it come halfway between the stock price and the original entry or the original order price. If it does come, because remember, it's a strong earnings play. It's very strong. I mean, yes, it is moving down, but it's a very strong earnings play. But there's nothing. You want to take that as a short notice, go ahead. I don't, but doesn't mean you can't. Okay, just going over some of the. Okay, PSNY. This is an all-time low. All-time, not quite an all-time low. PSNY, not quite. Oh, this is Polestar, another EV. I don't think I've seen any Polestars in Vancouver. I've seen, but not on the road. They're actually pretty attractive, I think. But I've seen them, in the mall, some of the malls that I go to with a big display, but I've not seen anyone on the road, I don't think anyway. But it's not quite an all-time low, but wow, it might as well be. And so why am I looking at it? Is because it showed up on the gap down and go, but like anything else, it has to break the whole number for me. So I'm going to have to. I'll put a price alert around 1389 or so. See if it gets down below 14. I've seen a few Rivians, but boy, I mean, probably like 1,000 to 1 ratio Teslas to Rivians, even more. I don't know. I mean, it's just amazing. Now, AHT, any news on this one? Trading higher after the company announced, see if there's any reason, formed a special committee to evaluate. Okay, so what this really means is they're wondering about should we try to sell ourselves? Um, how to increase shareholder value? So ASPC halted on the way down. Okay. No shorts for me. Boy, OCG halted and then resumed. No, halted on the way up. Ooh, almost said a bad word. Almost said a bad word. It popped up on me. Jeez. You went too quickly. It just went way too quickly. I mean, it just look at the volume that came in. It just absolutely exploded. Ah, man. Oh well, there'll be another. Okay, I don't have an absolute confirmation that it'll be Dan, but they're saying, well, it's Wednesday, so he should be. Okay, so I will assume that it's going to be Dan in our YouTube room, not our YouTube room. He'll start a new stream, a new YouTube stream. Okay, when I get the link for it, I'll put it in our YouTube room and I'll put it in the main room. It's 11:23 right now, so Velo guys. Okay, Velo showing up on this scan. VELO. It does have room. I don't like the spread that much. It's a dime spread, but it does have room. Well, that high right there is 829, so it definitely has room. You look over here, looked like it was. I know what happened here. So this is actually one of these companies that it stopped trading as Velo in December of 2022. And then I guess they did an IPO. Not so the company that did the IPO decided they liked that symbol and they wanted it. So that's why it looks like this is a big gap down. I wish we would get rid of that. So this is a lifetime high though. Okay, so forget this up here. Not the same company. I don't know what happened there. This company Velo got bought out or something. Wow. Okay. Let's see if my price alert for you is going to work on the PLAB. Why didn't I short it with you? What happened? I must have deleted it. Oh no, it's right there, 34.67 or so. It's gonna right there. It's gonna trigger for you right now. See that blue line right there? There you go. So great use of a price alert guy. I mean, I'm kind of kidding here. I was trying to induce it downwards, but if you see how I think anyway, you should use your price alert window. Minimize it. Okay, you don't have to have it taking up any screen space. I have screen space, but it's much better to minimize it because then when you get the alert, it pops up on your screen. You can't miss it. You can put a sound alert on it also. So if you have a wireless headset like myself, I move away from my computer. I can hear the sound. I can be racing back to see what's happening. Okay. So minimize your price alert window. And how easy is for the price alert? Just go to a chart, go to your chart, and you can eyeball it. say I wanted to put a price alert down here. So you see that dotted line? I'll put it at 34.54. If that's where I want it, of course, I can just type it in, save it. Okay, so now I've got my price alert, that blue line. So when you say every day, every single day, so how many days is that for this edge? You're saying every day at 245? I have no idea, but it's an Israeli stock. So I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with if it trades on the Israeli stock exchange, maybe something happens at 245 their time. You're talking 245 Eastern time. I mean, it's I don't know, but it is an Israeli stock. So maybe there's something happening in if it trades on the Israeli stock exchange, which I'm assuming there is one. Okay, you might want to check that. I don't know, but how many days in a row are you saying it's happened? At least five. Okay, well, let's see today. So at 245. Now I'm usually, yeah, there is a Tel Aviv. So I don't know. Maybe something happens at 245, maybe at Tel Aviv time, at 245, whatever time that is over there. Wouldn't that be the middle of the night though? All I can think of. I'm usually gone by 2:45, so I won't be around to see that. But you know what? Maybe that's your way to make money every day. All right, I took it. Okay, guys, I was able to get the velo. Okay, a lot of room still. Obviously, I mean it's an all-time high up in this area. Might be a challenge to get through nine, but if it does, again, this is not. This is back in 2022. Okay, so don't look at this and think, man, well, it's got room to here. Well, it's an all-time high, really. So there you go. I would have used Gemini, but okay. So you see what IQ did, Ryan? Did you read what his? Oh no, the spread widened on me. I took the short of PSNY, but then all of a sudden the spread widened on me. I'm going to have to really watch it now. I do not want to see it get back over 14 in any big way, and that's the PSNY. Spread was awesome when I took it. There's a beautiful little break here under 14 right there. Okay. That's what got me interested. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just watching this PSNY. Meanwhile, BBGI just got halted again. How many times now? And it's halted on the way up, I believe, because the last time I looked, it was underneath 13. So, oh, it's halted down. Okay. Yeah, I see resumed at 1265. So it did move from the 1265. Obviously, if this is halted on the way down at 1311. Just have to pay attention to this a pole start PSNY. A little underwater on it. I don't want to be too much more underwater. Sorry, guys, I'm just having to watch this PSNY 1390 14 on the bid ask. It's basically where I shorted it. Okay, so I just don't want to see it take a big leap over 14. Wow. So the BBGI, I mean, that got all the way up to 1446. So it is halted. You're right, 1311 on the way down. But man, has this been an active one? Ah, it's a real game being played here for me anyway. On the PSNY, I may get out of it if the ask gets below 14. Just get out of it. I'm in it. I'm not waiting on it. I'm actually in it. That's a gap down in reverse. Yes, PSNY. It's a gap down and go. No, it's a gap down and go. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the trade, PSNY. I'm going to look at it again if it gets down. I was really hoping, yeah, 13 had a little bit of profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. So I'll put a price alert again underneath and see if it takes it out. Yeah, it's a gap down and go. So that's what I was, I was very interested in it on a break under 14. It was fine when I took it in terms of the spread, and then all of a sudden the spread went like what 15 cents. I mean, it's not bad now; it's only a nickel, but so just pass on it. Okay, well, you owe me money, RR. I keep putting price alerts for you underneath. See how the wave worked beautifully for you if you kept in it. See how it worked? Just keep in the trade, keep in the trade. Take some off right around here, maybe around the 35 mark as it was trying to jog up, and then you can hold on. What's having a nice day right now, guys, is WVE. Now, I know some of you were short, but this is really it's shaking off the financing completely, in my opinion. $19 financing and on the move here. Oops. I mean, a lot of volume just came in. I'm not saying to buy it now. I'm just saying, but in fact, it would have been awesome right around here, just the break of 20. But the financing was done at 19, and it really hasn't affected it in a bad way at all. And the high yesterday was up here around 22, so there is room. It's still below. It's still $1 below the close. Is ENVB a dud? Well, it's been mixed, because it was a signal to go long and then a signal to go short. So, um, well, I mean, right now the signal was to short. Okay, so there's no shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers. Actually, I'm wrong. Okay, the original signal was to go short, potential short at 9:49, 11:13, and then it switched, turned into a gap up and go. But so right now it's stuck in between. There's no real direction right now. Remember, the wave is still orange, so it is. It's suggesting that it's still weak, even though it's popping here. My guess is if I went to a 1 minute chart, probably it would look blue. Yeah, so the trend could be changing. But when you get a buy and a sell and a buy, you could get a sell again. I mean, it's not as nice. It's just having a solid trend, in my opinion. I remember now, guys, there are a ton of not trying to tell anybody to take this trade, but there are a ton of analysts that have put very, very lofty price projections on this WVE. All right, guys. I'm going to ask Pepe. Usually has the link ahead of those guys. Usually ask Steve for the link for Dan, but usually Pepe always finds it earlier. Yeah, no link yet. So a lot of times he starts at about 5:02, though, a little bit before noon. For this WVE is looking really, really interesting. Okay, just kind of basing now a little bit. 2032, 2033 on the bid ask dropped a little bit, but the trend is up, but it's just kind of stalling right now. Yeah, BBGI open, so open lower. Boy, it's been a very volatile one. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, WVE on the move here. Now we'll look. Now look at the TGL. Not this was shortable for me earlier on in the day, about 25,000 shares. Still shortable. Interesting. Not that I want to short it now, but yeah, 23,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Fee rate's only 511%. What's your cutoff, William? Again, what 300%? Is that when you say not going to do it? 350. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know what it is at Fidelity or E Trade, but it is at 500%, 511. Can't see. There you go. 23,000 shares available. Over the last few days, there hadn't been any available. Wow. Look how, I mean, I got to watch this one at the end of the day. All right. Go WVE. I got to watch this one at the end of the day, BBGI. I mean, PSNY. Are you giving me another opportunity? Boy, yeah, what an active day. I'm loving this. um, the BBGI guys. So there's a high. There is a high right there at 1495. Okay, that's a daily high. Today it did get a little bit above that. This is one of those ones that, at the end of the day, in the afternoon, maybe it pulls back a little bit and then explodes through the high of the day. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the way it's been trading and the float 720,000. Look at the volume, 21 million. It's only trading 9,800 times normal up to this time of day. WVE. Normally, I would wait on the WVE to see it take out yesterday's close, but it just looked too strong to me. I'm glad you and it's actually even showing now up in the gap down and reverse. Obviously, I'm in earlier than that, but um, showing up in the gap down and reversal play. I'm in it. Yes, yes. The Let me just show you why it's showing up late. Why I think it's showing up late anyway. Hmm. No, it didn't spike up earlier. So, well, whatever the filter values weren't met until it hit 2065 on this scan here, the gap down and reversal. I thought maybe it had a spike earlier in the day up to this high because this has to take out the high of the day. Ah, PSNY. Well, it's a little too close to my break. I'd love to be in this one. Now look at the spread, you see? 1381, 1382 on the short. There's another one that showed up. Did it move? DBVT, DBVT. The alert was at 1972, so it hasn't moved. It did pop immediately on that alert, but it came right back down. Now, if I don't I mean, these are a lot of alerts. I'm very surprised, extremely surprised. These are all the different symbols that have come in today. Very surprised we're getting so many gappers, and we're not in earnings season, even though there's still a lot of earnings plays. I mean, there's still enough earnings plays, but most of these are probably not earnings plays. You're just surprised. All right, guys, about 10 minutes, probably a little less than 10 minutes. Dan will start a YouTube stream. I'll be taking my break. And for again, those of you on YouTube, I'm going to put the link in. He's not going to take over this stream. And again, Dan is the CEO of Trade Ideas. So your opportunity to ask the CEO questions. Well, oh, there you go. Okay, so the link is up. Hey guys, so here is the link for those of you on YouTube, and I'll post it in the. Here's the link. I don't know if he started already, but I guess you can kind of join it now and wait for him to really start. And here's the link. Okay. And Pepe put it in already. So there's the link. The halts resume for BBGI. Sure. Right now, 1550. Okay. That's what you're probably wondering about, Nihan. 1550 potential open. And it's been halted 1144. So this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. It got halted at 1144 plus 53 seconds. So it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. So maybe 1054 plus 53 seconds. And when it does open, more than likely it's going to open above the halt price. And these numbers don't have to remain. Okay, guys. So I am going to put my announcement up here. Again, Dan sometimes starts before noon. So I'll wait for him to start and then I'll take my break. Oops. Yeah. So he hasn't started yet. I'm just looking here. He hasn't started yet. Oh man. Well, there's the iRobot guy. So the iRobot, ooh, remember we had the alert early on at 475, but it was struggled to get through five. But now it's popping through five. I can't do it now. I'm going to be on a break, but you can see volume came in. It's all about the volume. Look at the volume that came in to IRBT. Look at the volume that came in. Okay, so this is going to be a 10-minute halt. This is going to open in about a minute from now, BBGI. Let's see if this has changed at all. 1555 still. Okay. Again, I'm looking at this one. I mean, believe it or not, I'm going to see what happens later on in the afternoon on this one if it takes out the high of the day. Okay, hopefully you didn't overstay your welcome for the PLAB. Now it looks like it's curling and curling up. I mean, it's starting to curl up. It's over 35. This could turn into a long again. See if the transition has happened. Not quite, see, it's just, it's just starting to turn blue here. So this could be now an opportunity to go long. And you've got the VWAP up here way above it. So it's certainly far enough away if the VWAP act as a resistance area. Meanwhile, BBGI just opened and exploded. Look how volatile, 720,000 in the float. That is a mark of volatility. Okay, looks like Dan has started. Okay, I'm just seeing here. Looks like he has started. Okay, so I'm going to take my break now, guys. Probably won't be a full hour or up to 1 o'clock, but we'll see. Or maybe he's just getting going, just setting up his screen. So I'm going to take my break now, guys. So I'm putting myself on mute. We'll see you guys in about an hour from now. Putting myself on mute in the main room. And also, I have to put myself on mute in the YouTube room. So remember, the link, the guys in YouTube, the link I've got ahead up above, it says that's the YouTube link to get into to listen to Dan. I'll put it again. So I'm muting myself now on YouTube also. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Both rooms now. I think Dan might have finished a little bit early. So anyway, back in both rooms now. All right, guys. So man, oh man, oh man, what a beautiful short that I unfortunately, because I was taking my break. Look at this beautiful short now for the PSNY. Broke down through 14. Well, actually, interesting. It's actually popped up again as I'm looking, but it did get down to 13 from the 14 level. And then the gap up and reversal now for the ENVB. Lots of action. Lots and lots of action, guys. So anybody who attended Dan's stream on YouTube, anything of interest, IQ, were you able to ask any of your questions? Get any answers? So here's the BBGI, guys. So I still have I'm going to put a price alert at the $20 level and see if later on in the day it pops through all that. Could. Super active. I'm just looking at some of my some of the ones from the gap scan. See if there's anything interesting happening. Maybe no movement yet on some of them, or yeah. So here's the AHT. I mean, this was it did have the pop up. It came down AHT, and it's sitting right again at that level. You can see 420. You can see that red line across. That is the highs looking left on the daily chart. So it's still trying to get through there. It got through there a little bit before. By the way, Pepe, I was able to get those window media into the folder into the TI area. So I just couldn't find the beep or the melodic beep. I'm sure it's there. I just didn't know how to recognize it. So I got a little ding going, but thank you. So are you saying that he was able to show you how you can actually get an alert when yeah, okay. So it's not that one. Yeah. It's okay though. Thank you very much. It works. So I guess in a pinch. The question though, unusual tech was, can you get an alert when a new one shows up, when something shows up in the list? That was the question. According to Chris, that's not available. Really? So okay. Let's make sure we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about the same thing. So let's take a look at the AI long. So this is the history. Okay. So the question was, when one shows up in here, can you get an alert? Well, that was the question though. Can you get an alert when one shows up? So it's not there, but okay. So for instance, here's HPE, okay? The alert was at $25. It's at 25.13, but what if today it closes at 24? Okay. Well, you have to make it then. Okay. So and let's say it closes at 24, okay? And then later on, later on, it does get back up to 25. So the question was, can you and then it would show up here, you see? So that was the question. Can you get an alert when it shows up in here, like a new one, when it shows up? That was the question. So he didn't understand that question? Oh, I see. Okay. Anyway, I have never really paid attention to that, so but I guess it is pretty good if you're, looking at swing trades, perhaps. Well, it does make a lot of sense to have it. I mean, I have to admit, if I yeah, I would even probably take a look at it just, if I got it had a real-time alert on it when it, came back in. I wonder if this HISPO, HSPO will get going again. I mean, it's, still up 10%, crazy low float, 293,000 in the float. In one moment, guys. Oh, this is, one of those China stocks, right? Yeah, one of those China stocks, guys. Chow chow, the chow chow cloud. One of those China stocks. We've seen that, and it's devastating. Yes. So that got halted up here, and then it just opened. Wow. Then again, no real clue that was going to happen. Look at this daily chart. No big clue that was going to happen. Certainly not today. And then all of a sudden gets halted and opens at 79 cents. Ugly. Well, I see a well, okay, but I see a halt again, another halt. I see a resume at 72 cents and then the halt at 79 cents. So maybe it's maybe it tried to pop. What's the reason? I don't know if there's actually what you want to call a reason, but we've seen this. We've seen this with these China stocks that are reasonably well. This is it was only $10, but we've seen probably about 5 or 6 of these in the last 3 or 4 months. Okay, that now the ones we've seen before have been stocks that have been just moving a little higher every day, inch by inch by inch. I mean, I remember there was one up at around $40, and then out of nowhere gets halted, and then it opens up like under $1. So that's why you don't. Well, I would never want to hold any of these as anything long term. Now, this was no big clue that this was going to happen, though. I mean, this was sort of stuck at 10. So but almost 100% of them are China stocks. So if you're looking, was it Curix, Curx? There's been about 4 or 5, or maybe even 6 of them. Yeah. Well, there was one up around $40. Now I want to say between 34 and $40 that did the same thing, and it inched its way up on the daily chart. No clue that was going to happen. And it wasn't like there were big parabolic moves up. It was just sort of orderly moving up on the daily chart. It was somewhere about, I want to say 34 to $40. And then it did this. This is bad too. Don't get me wrong. It's bad, but it was another one. Just can't remember the name of it. Well, is this fraud or something? It's certainly something. Whether it's technically fraud, I don't know. Wish I could remember the name of that one though that was up around the $40 mark. And on a daily chart, you saw it every day, just kind of moving up a little bit every single day. No inkling it was going to happen. Poe, you're too much. OCG guys, OCG on the move here. Some volume coming in. OCG. So here's another one. I mean, I don't know. Th- th- Here's another China stock. Not saying it's going to happen to this one right now. It usually takes several weeks before, if it's going to happen. I'm not saying they're all going to happen to or going to happen to every single China stock, but it usually takes several weeks. If you see the stock moving higher and higher and higher. So let's take a look at BBGI, guys. I mean, it's holding the VWAP at least. I mean, it got all the way into the VWAP. That was a big dip down into the VWAP, trying to hold it. You can see right there. Give me a moment, guys. So, Chow. Now, you bought it just before it got halted, right? Obviously. So you bought it at 83. Hey, well, so the spread is 89 cents, 10.59. Maybe it'll open at 10.59 for you. I'll cheer you on that one. Obviously, it's not that's not going to happen, but even if it opens at 89 from 82, nice little percentage move. If that's what happens. That was a nice reversal. Well, I did my video on PLAB and or PLAB, and two ways to have played that for sure. And in fact, you can see what happened. It actually got to the halfway point between the original alert and the stop. It got halfway between it again, or not again. It got halfway between it, which was 36.11. So this could easily have another little move. The I would probably have to wait until it took out the VWAP, which is around 36.32. But when I say you can play it both ways, I mean obviously the upside was really good, and then shorting it, and then it kind of right around here. I mentioned well, opportunity to go long, and then it's also hit the halfway point between the original alert and the stop, which you're going to get another alert. So that would have been at 36.11. Okay. And it's a little just, it's sort of hanging around there right now. I wouldn't take it unless it got above the VWAP, which is right around here. Yeah, I looked at this shorting this DNLY on the 18 break, but you look left and 1791 and 1760. To me, it's just too close. I wish the lows were down here, 1684, a dollar away. And we had the alert right there, 1828. I mean, if you took it right there, yeah, you're doing okay. That was the gap down and go for DNLY. Lots of shares available, Interactive Brokers anyway, 700,000. All right, guys, it is now 1:19, so I may have about 40 minutes or so left, 40, 45. Always later if there are questions. But William says he'll keep the main room open till 3:45. Opportunity now to go over my homepage and the information, including the scans, and for those sort of things that I'm sharing. They're not all scans, but oh, you're right. Today is Fed Day. Well, I'll definitely be around at 2. I don't know if I'm going to hang around to 2:30, but you're absolutely right. I'll be here at 2 for sure, and afterwards, yes, yes. But I don't know if I'm going to hang around to 2:30. So clicking on my homepage link, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15%, 15% off all the subscriptions, premium annual, standard annual, premium monthly, standard monthly. Remember, you take out a monthly subscription, the promo, the discount applies to the first month only. Again, all I ask, please use my code, whatever it's going to be, changes from time to time, of course. Helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo code usage, and if they see my code being used enough, they'll keep both rooms free, YouTube, and if you're in YouTube, here is the trading room, okay? This trading room is a lot more active than the YouTube room. Active in that there are more traders in there and interaction amongst traders. It's free also. And keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week. Okay, you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Give me a moment. Okay, so if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do, so if you've clicked on my homepage link, click on the education area, click on the more info, and there's a series of videos right here. Getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos, okay? 12 short videos. So that's what you have to do. That's mandatory. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, start off on that second video and go to the end. And that should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you would at least like to try. You can always try this for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us. It's not you're not there's no commitment. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free. 15 videos free if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for the information that I'm sharing, go to the custom scans area. They're not all scans. It's semantics, really, but these are scans. Anything with an M or an A, those are what we call scans, real-time alerting. So here they are. And this is also, this movers to this is real-time also. So the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. This is this one over here. The gap continuation or reversal is right here. Halts resumes down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. And a couple of races. I'm not running races now, but if you want to take a look at a couple of races, here's a large cap race, and then this race here is just a wide open race, a lot of volatility. See a lot of stocks that really have big percentage moves, and sometimes big percentage moves down though. So this one, the large cap gainers, a little more not as volatile. Okay, just not as volatile. Wow, good for you. 123 from 82. Excellent chow. I mean chow. Excellent po for the chow. Well done. And here's a couple of other scans that I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at them. The momentum scan, Momo, and then the Pepe combo scan. Okay. Well, that's what I'm sharing. We also have a lot of scans and information here. If you click on new from the toolbar and click on dock to channel bar, excuse me, these are all theme-based channels. And you know what? I forgot to do it yesterday, and I'm going to do it now. Here's an interesting one for people that people might want to take a look at. You would probably want to look at it earlier in the day, though. But I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is the sectors. This is the status channel. So when you click on it, notice when you click on a channel from the docked channel bar, your layout. You see, my layout is still underneath. It doesn't disappear. So let's see these things loaded. Okay, so these are the, they still haven't, I'm gonna keep reminding. me a moment. Give me a moment. Oh, wait a minute. Am I wrong? Hmm. Just give me a moment. There is no one-on-one trading for the money machine. No, Larry. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to. I could have sworn there was one of these in here that is not here. Just give me a moment, okay? There's some videos on it, but there's not one-on-one training. No. So there's. That's what it is. Okay. So this can be interesting for some of you, okay, to look at every single day, and maybe this is all you're going to do. So what this is? These are the major sectors: XLI, XLV, etc. Okay, these are the major sectors. Excuse me. And what this 69% is telling you that 60. Boy, okay, this could get going, guys. This could have a late. This could be one of those late dayers. Not the low volatile late or the high volatility late dares, but something that's just going to move. This is P Lab. So what does that 69% mean? It means that 69% of the sectors in this list are above yesterday's close. That's what that means. 30% are below. So you can see. So you can go down. So here are the weakest sectors. Okay. Now, SPY is not a sector, and the Qs aren't a sector, but they're in here. Okay, these are the weakest, and here this one, XLI, the strongest. Now, it's not soaring; it's only up 0.9%. But so if you're going to take an industrial stock, something that was in that sector, and you didn't know this was the top sector today, I mean, that might give you a little more confidence. And then what you can do is you can take a look at the sector. Where is it? XLI, where are you? Here you are, right beside it. Okay. So now you can see this is the best performing one in the sector. It's an expensive one, $566, but it's up 3.6%. ODFL. But the other thing to do is, well, what's weak in this sector? TDG. Boy, there's some really expensive stocks here. Really expensive stocks in the industrial sector. But that's a way to take a look at it. The other thing to do is when you see, okay, in healthcare, XLV, 82% of the stocks that make up the healthcare sector are up from yesterday's close. And this is the top one, BDX. It's up 4.3%. 18% are down. Scroll down and you'll see what the weakest one is. So you've got HCA. Boy, there's some expensive ones in here. Okay. HCA is down 3.6%. See how you can kind of zero in on the best performing ones in terms of, and also you can look at the open also if you'd rather see the change from the open, like its opening trade, it's right here also. So it's a way in which you can kind of zero in just on the major sectors, maybe find the top sector of the day and take a look at the top stocks in those sectors, or even the weak stocks in those sectors. It's another interesting way. Oh man, PSNY. This is a beautiful short, guys. Well, okay, you would have got out some, probably all of it right there, but then you could have reshorted it. PSNY could have reshorted it. Just looking at the way this wave is, I'm just too late now. Okay, guys. Time is it now? 1:34. So yeah, 26 minutes to the 25 basis point reduction, which if it doesn't happen, so you can see the SPY. I mean, it's just been a mess all day long, just kind of chop, 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 chop all day long. Qs are down a little, SPY is down a little, Dow's up a little. I refuse to believe they're going to up it by 25. I refuse to believe it, Miko. I mean, I'm sure there's some contrarian out there, of course, saying that, but there's no No, I don't want to. I mean, anything is possible, but I think there's like a millionth of a percent chance that'll happen. Shoot, the AHT did it again. So I guess OCG got halted on the way down. Now, for those of you with the AI, you can do this also ahead of time. Okay, putting in the reentry price, not putting it in here, but going to your chart, putting a price alert at where the reentry would be if it happened. So if you happen to miss it, from your from here, but it'll pop up in your price alerts list, if that makes sense. Because obviously the math is super simple to do. Just subtract the entry minus the exit, divide that by two, and then add to the exit. And that'll get you that 3611 as an example. Okay. Remember, now this is going long. They're all going long. Just reverse it kind of if it's a short. So, for instance, right here, the HPE, not that it looks like it's going to do that, but that's like 75 cents. So, say add 38 cents to this. So, you could put an alert at 2463 as an example. That's approximately where you'd get the reentry. So if you went to the HPE chart, not that it's more than likely it's not going to happen today, but see the stop price is way down here. Can't even see it. But if I could put the alert 20, it's not going to happen, but that's what you can do. That's the exercise you can go through. Okay. So when you get these alerts, you can just do some quick math and you could figure out where the entry would be if it happened. Ugh, AHT. Well, the market's really not down, though. I mean, the market is just doing nothing right now, Miko. I mean, I wouldn't call the market down. Uh, we did see, I mean, there seemed to be a bit of a correlation between, Bitcoin going down and the market also going down. PSNY. What a short. Must be an all-time low now. Not quite a lifetime low. Where is that lifetime low? Have to go back. Well, I don't know why we're not showing a lifetime low. Yeah, I don't see any low lower than this one. All right, guys, I have to take a look at this DNLY. I think I didn't like it because 1767 is the next low, and then 1681. So I guess if it can get through that, 1765, I want to see what it does there. This might be, a late day and a short for me. Oh, nice. So you got back in at 110, you said, for the chow. Oh, I think I 101. Oh, even better. Nice. Those are some nice percentage moves for you. All right, this one's halted now, guys. GURE halted on the halted on the way up. Okay, another crazy one. Gulf Resources, low float. It's pink sheet stock. Is that right? Is this really a pink sheet stock? Because I don't, no, I don't have it on check. So, but it's loading into my IB platform. I have disabled pink sheet stocks, but maybe they still load. Can anybody confirm that this is GURE is a pink sheet stock? It is. I thought so. I didn't think. So we've got this labeled wrong, incorrectly. Can I get one more confirmation before I contact the developers to make a change? Can you even give me a screenshot of something? I don't know where it says in IB what these are. Anyway, it's halted and potential open above the halt price, 632, potential open at 640. And of course, it has a massive amount of room. Well, not a massive, I shouldn't say that. The next high is around 7. But if it does take that out, 1189, 12. I remember these days. No volume yet, okay? I mean, the volume, there's no volume. I mean, 63,000 shares. So there's that to contend with also. Thank you, Obi, as always. I mean, it's only important because if you have if your scan says I don't want to see pink sheet stocks, you see, then that's the issue. How to set it up? Okay, Vince, I'll give you the link for it. Just have to go to my homepage. So I'm talking to Vince in our YouTube room. Just go to my homepage. I just put the link in. So and click on the homepage link. Scroll down a bit until you see the scan section. Click on the view scans, and here it is: gap continuation or reversal. Okay, so that's how you get it. And then if you load it on your screen and you want the don't repeat version also, which is what I use this like a watch list all day long, the don't repeat version. Okay. So you're not going to see DNLI over and over and over again. You're only going to see the first time of the alert, 1828. Yeah. And this is a short opportunity, 1828, 1772 now. Okay. So you only see it the first time. You will not see it over and over and over again. So if you want the don't repeat version, that's why I have a DR after it. I'll show you how you can do that. And anybody else, if you want the don't repeat, I mean that's my go-to watch list now. And remember, guys, if you take anything from me, my homepage, or any scan from the channel bar, any scan here, and you load it onto your screen, don't forget you should save individual scans to the cloud. So if you have it on your screen, right click, save or share to cloud, save. So it's in your cloud. And then also, if you like the scan, you don't have to go to my homepage every single day and load it. Okay. Incorporate it as part of your layout. Anything else you've created, of course, and create the charts that you like. When I say the charts that you like, I mean the time frame. Maybe you've got indicators that you like to see on your charts. Again, okay. This is going to get interesting. What time is it now? 1:50. And it's halted on the way up. The high of the day was around 20. I mean, it that sounds crazy, but it could break right through that 20. And it's up 300%. I get it, but look at the float, 720,000. And now we're about 10 minutes away from the announcement on interest rates at about 1 minute at 11:59 or yeah, 1:59. I'll put up a SPY chart, a 1 minute SPY chart, and I'm sure it's going to go a little bit crazy. And then at 2:30, I won't be around probably at 2:30, but we'll have the presser, and I'm sure the market will go a little crazy then also. Hey, GURE. Ooh, well, that didn't hold, did it? Remember GURE? I think when we were looking at it, it looked like it was going to. It was halted at 632, and I thought we saw 650 or something. So that actually, it's not the usual thing. I wouldn't call it the usual thing after the first halt, but now halted on the way down. All right. They say I'm confused. Probably. Let's just do something here. I'm not wrong. I don't see XRT here. I do not see XRT here, right? Woo, 155. Okay, I just got to get this done. There's just like a little discrepancy in here. That's all. Man, DNLI. It is now, I think it's below that low. It's right at that low now, right at that low. If it takes that out, 1682 next low. So almost a dollar to the next low, almost a dollar. Okay, Vince, were you able to get it up and running? You know how to take a link from my homepage and get it onto your screen, onto your monitor? Want to make sure you know how to do that. Boy, PLAB guys, that has been a really nice one, even from the reentry. 3611 was the reentry. See right there, 3611 was the reentry. $158. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate my SPY chart and I'll put on a 1 minute time frame. Okay, and we'll see what happens at 2 o'clock. All right, we've got about 45 seconds. Wow, over 19. So that means it's the high of the day. No, it isn't. I'm sorry. It is not the high of the day. 20. I guess 20 is the high of the day. 2078. Takes that out. We've seen it before. Okay, guys, we have about 5 seconds. Somebody tell me I'm not looking at anything, so I'm sure this is going to tell me though. So what do you got? A 25 pointer? But we know it's not down. Excuse me. Now the first move is not necessarily the on the 1 minute. It's not necessarily the move. Okay. What do they drop it? 75 points. Again, this first move is not necessarily the move. 25. Okay. So that was expected. Thank you, William. That was expected. Nice night looks nice on a 5 minute also. All right, let's see if this holds. I usually keep this up for about 3 minutes or so. Then it usually determines the direction, the ultimate direction. There's no surprise here, so the market might have been hoping maybe for a 50 outside chance. As I said, I didn't think there was can't say no chance, but there was almost zero chance that they were going to raise it by 25. Okay, guys, I think that's it for the SPY. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it'll come right back down. Well, I'll just rely on my 5-minute chart. All right, so BBGI just opened, guys, and it actually opened lower. It actually opened a little bit lower. So I'll have an alert at the high of the day, just in case it takes that out later. All right, guys. So at 2:30, you'll have definitely probably more reaction on the SPY because they're going to ask him questions, and especially about, well, what do you think? What do you think when the next cut could be, or what are your plans, or who knows what they're going to ask him? Boy, that PLAB was a fantastic one from the reentry. So, 3 times to trade this one today. The initial alert was really good, and then you had an opportunity to short it, and then you had an opportunity to take it at the reentry. But there is no data. There's no data anymore, right? Or whose data? Okay, guys. Well, it's 2:05. So if there are no more questions, I will take off. Hang around for questions, of course. Now, William is going to keep the room open, the main room open until 3:45, as she said. So even when I leave, the room is still going to be open. I'll keep my screen up. I have to shut down YouTube, though. I cannot keep YouTube open. So again, for those of you who are still in YouTube, you can click on my homepage link and you can head over to the main room if you want. I'm going to show them how to do that. I don't know how many people are still there, probably hardly any, but if there is anybody, I don't know about surfing, Obi. I don't know about surfing. Anyway, here's the trading room for those of you in our YouTube room, because this is not surfing, but at least it's changing, and this is changing. This is pretty active. The reason about surfing is because there's things that I might want to do, and so the surfing is going to get interrupted, and maybe when I completely leave, I'll enable it. How often do I eat poutine? Well, let's see. In my lifetime, I probably had poutine twice. So not often. It's a pretty gooey mess. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I'm going to take off now. So the main room will open at 6:45 a.m. Obi will open it. I'll open YouTube at around 8:30. Get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. So have okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not, there's no way in taking Chow as a swing, not in a million years. But let's take a look at it. Yeah, you know what? If it had been closer to one, I might have. But the way I look at it, it could easily go from 167 or whatever it's going to get to, and then right back down to the low there of 66. So, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, tomorrow I might wake up and it's $5, and I'll go, "Wow, should have listened to that Hermes guy." Right? Okay, guys. So I'm going to mute myself now. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. And YouTubers, I do have to shut you down now.